The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, maiden claiming event, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $15,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, also begins the early pick five, no changes in this first race. Main track is fast. The turf is listed firm. A reminder that the rail on the turf course is set at 10 feet today. First post coming up in 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from the first of 9 races today here at Keeneland Racecourse. And we'll start with Dulcimer Dame, daughter of Mineshaft, on her toes. She looks well enough on here. As I mentioned before on the other side, I would expect that she will be flashing some speed down on the inside based on her recent runs, certainly on her toes. Comes off the synthetic track at Arlington Park. And that's an angle that a lot of folks have followed through the years that we've had synthetic track racing here in North America. Getting off the synthetic back onto dirt, you can see horses wake up. So we'll see if that happens with this Keeneland graduate, daughter of Mineshaft, at 8-1. Create a Story, the number 3 horse, big class drop for the Asmussen operation, and Gerardo Corrales, the opportunities that he's had with the riding for Steve Asmussen, he has done well with them. So that's one thing to keep in mind when taking a look at Create a Story, who is currently sitting at 5-1. And then we go to the number 5 horse, who has clicked down to even money right now. That is Cabo Dorado, a Blackwood stable-owned filly that was last seen and only seen once running for 30. The class drop should be significant enough for her as she takes the late money here in race number 1. 5 minutes away from the opener, which again starts the first double opportunity, pick 3, as well as the early pick 5. First of 2 pick 5s today here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Cabo Dorado out for the early lead. Dulcimer Dame has speed down to the inside. Cabo Dorado outward from the rail has the lead by a neck. Dulcimer Dame goes with her in second. Break of 5 lengths back to Tetrahydro, who's third by 3/4 of a length. Create a Story goes fourth and is joined there by House Drunk. And then a gap of nearly a dozen more lengths back to Dark Phoenix, who is the trailer. 22.8 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Cabo Dorado, the leader. Cabo Dorado by a length and a half. Dulcimer Dame is second by 4. Create a Story is third by 3/4 of a length. Tetrahydro is fourth in between horses, still joined there by House Drunk and Dark Phoenix, the distant trailer. Once again, here comes Dulcimer Dame trying to draw alongside of Cabo Dorado, turning for home. That's the battle for the lead. They're matching strides into the stretch. Gap of 5 back to Create a Story in third. Dulcimer Dame, Cabo Dorado still going at it for the lead. Gap of 3 back to Create a Story, who's trying to join them from third and is coming on the outside. Cabo Dorado, Create a Story running on from the outside. Dulcimer Dame between them, and there goes Create a Story for Gerardo Corrales to win it. Then it was Cabo Dorado hanging on for second by a head over Dulcimer Dame.
Well, this is a trend that you're going to have to pay attention to here in Kentucky. When Steve Asmussen goes to Gerardo Corrales, you have to take note. They've turned into quite a stout team. 6-1 the price with Create a Story, as Corrales is able to lift this filly up and get her in front of the other two that were battling, and she did it pretty easily in the end, several strides before the wire.
Cabo Dorado has set the tempo, and she was a lot quicker out of the gate today. Unfortunately, had pressure by the one Dulcimer Dame, and has set it perfectly for the number 3 Create a Story in her second outing. Is 6-1 the winner in today's opener to start the early pick 5.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: 3, Create a Story was first, 5, Cabo Dorado second, 1, Dulcimer Dame third, 4, Tetrahydro fourth, 3, 5, 1, 4 unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Create a Story, owned by Kirk and Judy Robinson, trained by Steve Asmussen, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Create a Story, a 3-year-old filly by Cantheros, out of You Know What I Mean by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Jumping Jack Racing LLC and Seclusive Farm. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.96 seconds. First race, results official, 3-5-1-4. The official results for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the early pick 4. Fast track, firm turf, rail set at 10 feet on the turf course today. This upcoming second race, a reminder, will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 2. Looking ahead, no changes in the third. In the fourth race, remember, the rail is set at 10 feet. And in that fourth event, take out the also eligibles and the main track only. 13 through 16 do not draw into the race. And checking ahead to race 5, no changes at this time in that fifth event.
22 minutes away from race number 2, which will begin the early pick 4 here at Keeneland. This is a group of 20,000 claimers, 3 and up, which have not won 3 or straight 3-year-olds. A mile and a 16th is the distance. The current favorite is the 5, my second choice. My top play will be Uncle Gregory, the son of Uncle Mo, who's going to stretch back out to a route of ground and actually go 2 turns, a true 2 turns for the first time in his career. He ran at Ellis in that 1.5 1 mile turn, or 1.5 turn 1 mile race, if that makes sense. It's just a unique sort of configuration over there, and it's difficult to break from an outside post and be successful given the way that course is set up. So getting down on the inside, taking the blinkers off, you know that he's going to flash some speed. I like the blinkers off for the stretch back out to a route. I think that we'll see the best of Uncle Gregory here today for Carlo Vaccarezza, Nick Vaccarezza, and J&G Stables. That's the number 3 who draws post position number 2. My second choice is the number 5 horse. Moving to the outside here in this group, that's Social Athlete for Dallas Stewart, a horse that likes to close. Don't expect too much from him early on. He'll try to make up the ground that we saw that was made up in that first race here today at Keeneland. So again, the track playing fair, in my opinion. That horse had every right to come from off the pace and win that race, given the setup that we had in race number 1. So watch for Social Athlete late on the scene, currently sitting at 2-1. And then finally, the one horse, you get both. It's 1 and 1A, so obviously they're coupled. You get both of them. But American Joey is a horse that has speed down at Mountaineer, showed that. He's going to have to step up his game here today because this does get tougher than what he faced in those allowance races at Mountaineer. But the fact that they come here and they're going to take this shot and they have found a spot like this, not wasting a race and getting over-aggressive coming up from Mountaineer, Gabby, you got to respect this entry. Both of them have a similar look to them, both coming out of allowance races and showing up here for 20 as they sit at 5-2. So 3, 5, and 1 for me in race number 2, which will begin the early pick 4.
Yeah, Scott, I think this race is kind of tricky. The way I approached this was really by process of elimination, and ultimately I landed on the 3 Uncle Gregory because he hasn't been that far off. And now with the blinkers on, I think he'll be able to settle, stretching out to a mile and a 16th. This is a horse who's primarily sprinted throughout his career, and when he last went a distance of ground, it was at a mile at Ellis Park against $30,000 type. So it was a touch maybe too tough in that race, but now I think he'll be able to sit the right trip, either on the lead or just off of the pace at a mile and a 16th. There are a couple of horses that, are coming into this race off of poor efforts, but I at least like the consistency that Uncle Gregory has. Now, the 2, Bahama Channel, this is another horse who's coming into the race with a decent performance last time out. He was a 4.5 length winner, 4.25 length winner against $20,000 non-winners of 2 Lifetime Company. But I just question how tough that race really was. I think the water gets a little bit deeper for him here today. He's 9-1. I think that's a fair price if you want to use him. But I think he got a good trip against lesser competition, so that's why I didn't necessarily pick him on top, but include him in the mix. And then the 5 Social Athlete, he's probably the best horse in the race. He's probably faced the toughest competition leading up to this race, but I just don't know if the pace will materialize for him. I don't think that this is a very fast race. I think the 3 with the stretch out in distance will probably be on the lead, and the 1 American Joey will probably be forwardly placed as well. But beyond that, I'm just not sure that the pace will come back to the 5 Social Athlete. And it's been a problem for him for quite some time. His last victory was when he managed to be close to a very slow pace. So he's going to have to figure it out under Joe Rocco Jr. here today. I even was considering the 4. Major's Vindication. At one point in time, this horse was running races fast enough to beat the rest of the field, but he's just been so off form in his last 2 races. We'll see if he can turn it around today. I thought this was a very tough race, and it's reflected on the tote board right now as we do only have a favorite at 2-1, the 5 Social Athlete. But it's all about who can turn it around and get the job done today. We'll be curious to see how the pace scenario plays out in this race as well. 17 minutes out to kick off the early pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. 3-year-olds and up, $20,000 claiming price, mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering offered here. Main track is fast, the turf is firm. A reminder, the rail is set at 10 feet on the turf course today. Race 2 coming up in 8 minutes.
Just 7 minutes away from race number 2, which will begin the early pick 4. Let's start with the 2-horse Bahama Channel for Larry Demerit, a colt by English Channel that was a winner last time out for $20,000. That wasn't that long ago. Brings him back quick off of that victory. Prior to that, he was just in over his head up at Indiana Grand. So one to consider from the inside at a good price, and made a nice appearance out there in post parade for race number 2. Then moving to the outside portion of this field, Social Fleet, the number 5 horse, a horse that's going to need a little bit of help. Just overhearing the conversation that Dallas Stewart was having with Gabby in the interview conducted moments ago. We'll see if he gets the pace set up. Talked about this horse as one that will be coming on late. We'll see if he's able to do it here today. And he is currently sitting as the 3-2 favorite. I like him. I don't know about 3-2. That seems a bit short on this number 5 horse, especially for a horse that's going to be coming so far off the pace. And then finally, For Love of Country, another one that caught my eye going through the post parade for Jimmy DeVito. I think DeVito's got some opportunities here today as he sent some live runners down here to Keeneland over the course of this fall meeting. This is a gelding that's been training over at Churchill, spent the summer up at Arlington, but I think that his last race was sneaky okay, as he was part of the pace a bit early on in that race and then tired in a very quick race for a $20,000 claiming event. I think the stretch out here today will help him with Rafael Bejarano in the saddle. And like I said, he looks well enough out there at odds of 5-1. So an opportunity here to take a swing, I think, against the favorite, the number 5 at 8-5, who will be outrun early, even though I do think he's a threat to crack the top 3. I think the 3 you have to certainly respect in here. I think he'll be part of the pace for the Carlo Vaca Reza barn. 5 minutes away from race number 2. Good luck if you're playing. Don't forget, starts the early pick 4, does this second event.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick four. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes a fleet moment from the outside. Uncle Gregory down to the inside. Here's American Joy moving up between that pair. Then For Love of Country far outside. Bahama Channel back toward the rail. Major's Vindication. Break of nearly 5 back to Social of Fleet. The front 5, now the front 4 still lined up, contesting the early lead. Bahama Channel against the rail, and a fleet moment, 3 lanes off the rail around the first turn. Uncle Gregory there in between that pair, and For Love of Country goes fourth in the center of the track off the first turn, a length and a half off the lead. Gap of 2 more back to American Joy. Major's Vindication next to last, and Social of Fleet trails the opening quarter in 24.14 seconds. Back up front. Bahama Channel to the inside, a fleet moment to the outside. A fleet moment has a head in front. Bahama Channel is still right there. Gap of 2 to For Love of Country. Gap of 2.5 back of that one, Uncle Gregory. 2 more back then to American Joy, who is flanked by Social of Fleet, and a long way back to Major's Vindication. First half mile went in 48.12 seconds. On to the far turn they go. A fleet moment outside. Bahama Channel inside. They're matching strides for the top spot around the turn. For Love of Country is in third, a length and a half off the front pair. Social of Fleet is trying to move into contention, has to go wide, but is picking up the leaders. There's Social of Fleet past the quarter pole. A sweeping move to the front. For Love of Country goes with that one. Uncle Gregory goes to third. A fleet moment is now fourth. Bahama Channel is fifth as they turn for home. And Social of Fleet and For Love of Country into the final furlong, going at it for the top spot and for the win. Social of Fleet head in front. For Love of Country is there fighting back to the inside. Social of Fleet, For Love of Country. What a battle down to the wire. That's going to be a head-bobbing photo for the win. Either Social of Fleet or For Love of Country for the top spot.
What a stretch battle here in race number 2. Down on the inside, it's For Love of Country, Social of Fleet, who started to get revved up as they were entering the turn. He made that big wide move. He gets to the 6, Gabby, and the 6 never backs down. This is a very close finish in the end after a mile and a 16.
Yeah, Joe Rocco Jr. looked like he was sitting pretty there at the top of the stretch, and it looked like he had a lot of horse underneath of him, but I don't think he knew that the 6 For Love of Country was going to be digging in like he did down on the rail under Rafael Bejarano. So it's going to be a tight finish here in race 2. We'll take another look in slow motion as it comes down to the wire. And, Scott, it kind of does appear that the 5 Social Fleet gets his head down in time.
Yeah, he gets the bob. Does he get the win? We'll find out.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race in the photo for the win. Number 5, Social Athlete, was first. 6, For Love of Country, was second. 3, Uncle Gregory, third. 2, Bahama Channel, was fourth. 5-6-3-2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 5, Social Athlete, owned by Valine Farms of Murray Valine, trained by Dallas Stewart. Joe Rocco Jr., the jockey. Social Athlete, a 3-year-old son of Northern Athlete out of So Social by Proud Truth, bred in Louisiana by Tom Curtis and Wayne Simpson. Results are now official. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.65 seconds, 5-6-3-2, the official results for Keeneland's second race. Keeneland's third upcoming double and pick 3 wagering featured here. There is a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $11,588. No changes in this third race. Looking ahead to the fourth, a reminder the turf is firm. The rail is set at 10 feet, contrary to the program. In that fourth race, take out 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Fifth event, no changes at this time in race 5.
Race number 3 features 2-year-old maidens in for a $50,000 tag. Doubles roll, as do pick threes here in race number 3. And we're looking right now at Charlie 5-0 for Steve Asmussen. And Tyler Gaffleone gets the opportunity to ride in this spot for trainer Steve Asmussen. Here's a colt by Cinco Charlie, who's got just 3 published workouts, 2 at Ellis, and the most recent one that was quick away from the starting gate here on the 4th of October, 59-3. But when you see these young horses for Steve Asmussen, there's a lot more foundation. So oftentimes, and I'm sure the case here with Cinco, or Charlie 5-0 rather, is that he had plenty of training down in Texas at the training center in which all these young horses are prepared, the Asmussen Training Center, before they arrive to the strings wherever they may end up. So this colt looks fit. He looks ready to go from a physical standpoint, and he's got to have a little bit of ability based on those workouts that we've seen from him between Ellis and here at Keeneland. Just click down to 4-5 from 8-5. So significant money coming in on Charlie 5-0 here in race 3 as Asmussen looks for his second win on the card. The number 2 horse is Albizu for John Ennis, and include Colt, who ran a credible race on debut at a big price, and he's come back with a quick workout from the gate as well here at Keeneland. He did so back on the 9th of October, working in 46-4. So combine those two things, look for him to outrun his odds of 7-1, as the odds are good on everybody outside of the favorite, who is 4-5, as mentioned, just clicking down. And then we'll go to the full horse. That is Fire Sword for Silverton Hill and trainer Wesley Ward. He gets Gerardo Corrales, who he oftentimes goes to here in Kentucky. And this is a first-time starter for Wesley that clicks at 30%, has had some decent enough workouts, shows up for maiden 50. His numbers are strong across the board, Gabby, whether or not they're debuting in a maiden special weight rather, or maiden allowance race. Here he is in for 50 and does debut with blinkers. So 7, 2, and 4, my top 3 selections in race 3.
Yeah, both Wesley Ward and trainer Al Stahl have very strong statistics with this type of move. More on that in a bit, but the 3 Go West will be the top selection for me here at 9-2 on the board for trainer Brett Calhoun. This horse just simply faced a tough group of horses in his first race. He showed some early interest and then faded. Ultimately, it was a very disappointing performance, but he was bet that day. He was 2-1. So I think this horse does have some talent. Clearly, things went awry in his first race, but he did go against the likes of Cousin Larry, who did come back for trainer Larry Jones last week to win a maiden special weight in a very impressive fashion. So tough race, dropping in class, bet and debut. I think all of these things point to go time here today at 9-2. The number 4 Fire Sword is my second selection here, as son of First Samurai. Talking about the statistics, Wesley Ward with maiden claiming first-time starters on the dirt. Strong statistics. It's even stronger with his 2-year-olds. He hits at 31%, finishes in the money almost 60% of the time. And this horse looks like he's been working forwardly in the mornings. It just seems like a logical spot for this horse. Also, the 5 30-minute mass, a first-time starter for trainer Al Stahl, talking about strong statistics. I think we should take note of these statistics, especially since this horse is 7-1. Al Stahl, we always talk about what a great job he does with his first-time starters, but in particular, the same move for Wesley Ward. First-time starters, maiden claimers on the dirt, 2-year-olds. 31%, so 4 for 13, and finishing in the money 54% of the time. So, I did look at some statistics for all of the trainers in this race, and those 2 were the ones that really popped off the page at me. And you're getting good prices right now at 5-1 and 7-1, respectively. The 5 30-minute mass, a 2-year-old son of Honor Code, looks very well in the paddock today for the connection. So he'll be the 3rd selection. It'll be 3, 4, 5 for me here, as saddles are on and riders are just about to be hopped on board here, 13 minutes out from the 3rd.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Maiden claiming race. 2-year-olds, $50,000 the price. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $11,588. No changes in the third race. Post time at 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from race number 3, 2-year-old maidens, and we start with the one-horse Fieldstone. He showed some life when he came out onto the track and got with the pony. He spent just a short period of time with the pony, but now we see him warming up for trainer Joe Sharp, who can win first time out. There's no question about it. He's 10-1 right now. We'll see how he fares as he makes his debut. 14-1, rather, is what he sits at right now on the tote board. The number 5 horse is 7-1. Thought that he looked good out there. In fact, he might be the biggest colt in this race. No surprise, given his stallion honor code, one of the better-looking individuals that we've seen in racing over the past decade or so. Keeneland graduate for just $25,000, debuting for $50,000. We'll see what 30-minute mass has in store here for Al Stahl Jr., another very good barn with first-time starters. And this one comes from a mare, the Yankee Victor mare, Poppy's Baby Girl, who has had 9 winners from her 10 runners. So a very productive first dam of 30-minute mass, the son of Honor Code. And then finally, the 7-horse Charlie 5-0. Do remember, if you weren't with us earlier as the horses were back on the other side in the paddock, he went from 8-5, and the next click of the tote board, he dipped all the way down to 4-5. He has since drifted a bit in the tote board, but there was a significant amount of money placed on this number 7 horse when he was still over in the paddock and not even with a saddle on him. So we'll see how he fares. He's had those 3 good workouts. As mentioned, you've got to think that he has more foundation than what is suggested on the paper when looking at his past performances. But 2-year-olds getting set to go 6 furlongs. This is race number 3 coming up in 5.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. They're off. Albizu, ridden away from the gate, has the early lead, but Fire Sword is there, and Go West is up close in the opening strides with Charlie 5-0 moving forward now out in the center of the track into third, up to contest the pace as well. Charlie 5-0 to the far outside. Fire Sword is between horses. Albizu there to the inside with Go West in fourth. 30-minute Mass is fifth. The gap of 8 more lengths back to Fieldstone in sixth, and 5 more back of that one to Culver, who is last. 22.4 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. And back up front, Fire Sword is the leader. Charlie 5-0 a length away and second up on the outside. Albizu is third against the rail, 3 from the front. 30-minute Mass moving up to the far outside now. Goes to third, still 5 from the front around the outside of Go West. Then Albizu, they turn for home. Fire Sword the leader. Fire Sword leads it by 3 lengths into the stretch. Charlie 5-0 is in second. 30-minute Mass is third up on the far outside. Go West moving up toward the inside from fourth to third to take second now, and a tussle there with Charlie 5-0, but well behind Fire Sword. Fire Sword just goes gliding by the 16th pole. Gerardo Corrales is going to pick up his second win on the card. Go West is going to be second behind Fire Sword. Fieldstone made up a ton of ground to come home in third, followed by Charlie 5-0 in fourth.
It is Keeneland, and it is Wesley Ward, and it is 2-year-olds. Gabby Gaudette, this is his game, and Fire Sword showed up here today and fired a big one at odds of 7-2.
And it is speed out of the gate. This horse broke pretty quickly today and managed to take the field gate to wire at 7-2. The number 3 Go West with a decent runner-up performance, and then the 1 Fieldstone closing late to get the trifecta at 13-1. 4-3-1-7 unofficially here in the third.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: 4 Fire Sword was first, 3 Go West was second, 1 Fieldstone third, 7 Charlie 5-0 was fourth, 6 Culver was fifth. 4-3-1-7-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third, the unofficial winner, number 4 Fire Sword, owned by Silverton Hill of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, trained by Wesley Ward. Second winner today for Gerardo Corrales. Fire Sword, a 2-year-old gelded son of First Samurai out of Fiery Star by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky by DJ Stables and Joe Orsino. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.79 seconds. Results are now official for Keeneland's third race, 4-3-1-7-6 official. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6, no carryover. There is a carryover, though, for the Super High Five jackpot, $12,585. Contrary to the program, rail set at 10 feet on the turf course today, and the turf is firm. In this fourth event, take out 13, 14, 15, and 16. The alsos and the main track only, they did not draw into the race. Looking ahead to race 5, no changes in the fifth race at this time. Sixth event, again, rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 2, Delicious Pursuit. Scratch 13, Bonita Annie. That's in the sixth race. Scratch the 2, Delicious Pursuit. And scratch 13, Bonita Annie. Seventh race, scratch 3, Mr. Candy Ride. And scratch 6, Hunt the Front. That's in the 7th race. Scratch 3, Mr. Candy Ride. And scratch 6, Hunt the Front. Featured 8th race, the Sycamore. Rail at 10 feet. No scratches, no jockey changes in the 8th race feature. Checking the 9th event. Scratch the 1, Apple Empire. Scratch the 5, 8, Ain't Enough. Again, scratch 1, Apple Empire, and scratch 5, 8, Ain't Enough.
Race 4 does start the pick 6 here at Keeneland Racecourse as we take a look down into the paddock. Another group of 2-year-olds, this time fillies. And this go around, they'll be asked to go 1 1/16 on the turf course. So Maiden Special Weight Company, the 4s 3-2 flown. I don't think any surprises in the action as far as the favoritism. But I'm going to take a shot with the 3-horse Let's Skedaddle for Lothenbach Stables, a Minnesota-bred filly. She's by Quality Road out of the War Chant mare No Retreat. She's been productive. She's produced a couple of winners. She's produced a turf winner as well, not surprising with that pedigree. And that debut from this filly was solid enough. She was well off the pace from an outside draw at Arlington Park. She rallied up to finish third, beaten 2 3/4 lengths. If she can be a little bit sharper out of the gate, and the fact that she's got a better post position draw here today should help her improve. Watch out for Let's Skedaddle, first time out, as she comes over from Churchill. She has that workout in Louisville, but primarily most of her work came at Arlington Park, the place in which she debuted a month ago for trainer Chris Block. The 4-horse Flown at 3-2. She deserves this kind of favoritism. As a maiden, she ran in the Juvenile Filly Stakes at Kentucky Downs, a $500,000 race, 12-1. She finished second off of one of the leaders in this division, this 2-year-old filly turf division, Plum Ali, who will be part of the Breeders' Cup Friday's Fall Stars, Future Stars Friday, for the Breeders' Cup on that Friday here at Keeneland Racecourse. So if she can step forward again here today off of those 2 strong runs, she will be awfully dangerous at 3-2. As I said, she deserves this kind of attention at the window. And then finally going to the outside, Always Late for Bill Mott. She was late away from the gate, I can tell you that, on debut at Kentucky Downs, but she made up plenty of ground, moves to Bill Mott's barn after Tolo Thoroughbreds sold part of this filly, so takes that move over and has been training at Churchill Downs. Gabby, if she can be a little bit better away from the gate, she should have a good position, but it's this question with an outside draw. If you're quick, you're hung wide, are you going to try to take the lead? Julian Leperoux's got a big decision to make based on the way that she breaks, because you don't want to give up all that much ground, obviously, around these turns. So I think that you downgrade her a bit based on the post draw that she has here this afternoon.
It's tough. There's no doubt about it. I actually really like the 12 La Bella Rosa, but considering that post position, I just could not pick her on top. She's on the board at 30-1. I'll talk more about her in a minute, but the 4 Flown will be the top pick for me for Brendan Walsh. Look, she's 3-2. She's the horse to beat. This is a big field, though, and there are a couple of very nicely bred fillies in here. There are a couple of horses who could definitely improve from their first start. So 3-2 is a little bit tough to take, although I do think that she is the filly to beat in here. Scott mentioned she was second to Plum Ally, who went on to win the Miss Grillo 82 buyer speed figure for that filly, and she's been undefeated in 3 starts thus far. You know, I'm hoping that she can show a little bit more speed as what she showed in her first start at the Mile at Ellis Park, so that she's just not so dependent on that pace coming back to her here today. But it could naturally happen, because I do think she's a filly that has natural quickness, and the added distance to 1 1/16 could put her in the right spot. The 12 La Bella Rosa, I really do like this filly. Now, it's going to be tough for Miguel Mena to get into position going into that first turn. At least she's quick. She drew post 7 last time out of 11 at Kentucky Downs, and she still managed to be forwardly placed in a pretty quick pace. So, you know, she might be able to secure a front-running position, but it's not going to be easy, and she's definitely going to be asked to get into that position. Now, she did run against the likes of Fluffy Socks. That winner would come back to win the Salima Stakes for trainer Chad Brown on Preakness weekend at Pimlico. So I do think that was a tough race that she ran again, and in last time out, and I like the progression that she's made. She clearly is a much better filly on the turf. Just hoping she can get somewhat of a decent trip, or a fair trip today with that outside post. Now, the 11 Always Late, yeah, she was bothered coming out of the gate last time out, so I didn't really think it was her fault that she was so tardy out of the gate. And I don't really expect her to be that far off of the pace here today. Again, Kentucky Downs can be a bit of a quirky race course in that it plays more as an open field. So this is more of a conventional turf course, and she could be guided a bit better out of the gate under Julian and be more of a factor today. She was 28-1 in that first race, but she clearly has a lot of talent and skill, so look for her to improve today, and she is the second choice right now at 5-2, and I think she's a logical second choice. But there are so many nice fillies in here and many ways to go. I thought even the 8 Mrs. O'Connell for trainer Kenny McPeak had a look. That was not an easy race that she debuted in at Saratoga, going a mile and a 16th. I thought it was a decent third, and generally speaking, Kenny McPeak's horses, they can improve on the turf in their second start. So maybe another one to keep an eye on. The 8, Mrs. O'Connell, at 10-1. A good group. 2-year-old fillies coming up next. We are 14 minutes out from the 4th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Whitney Julep Cup. Maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Contrary to the program, the rail at 10 feet. Take out 13, 14, 15, and 16, the alsos and the main track only. They did not draw into the race. Double, pick 3, pick 6. No carryover for the pick 6, but it does begin here. And the Super High 5 jackpot, $12,585. The carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot wager. Post time in 7 minutes, fast track firm turf.
Now 5 minutes away from race number 4 here at Keeneland, 2-year-old fillies. They'll be running at a mile and a 16th on the turf course. There's Let's Skedaddle, a big, long, leggy filly. She is a beautiful daughter of Quality Road. Talked about her debut, and today Keeneland showed you that race. It was a strong effort in which she came on late. Expect her to take a step forward here today, and she continues to be a wonderful price as she sits at 6-1 currently in the wagering. Another filly that really caught my eye coming out here, and she's getting some attention, that's the number 5 horse, Becca's Rocket, trained by Scott Gellner. She's run 3 consecutive good races to kick off her career, turf and dirt, but just a well-put-together daughter of Orb, a $47,000 Keeneland September sales graduate from 2019. Based on looks, don't discount her, especially if you're playing the pick 6 at 8-1. That would be a strong way to start said pick 6. And then also, another good-looking filly is Mrs. O'Connell. She looks quick to me. I wouldn't be surprised if she's a little bit more forward than what she was on debut when she was a big price. She's a filly by American Pharoah that they purchased at Keeneland November of 2018 for $175,000. She's from a stakes-placed mare in Jemima's Pearl, the daughter of Distorted Humor, who has produced a winner from her 2 starters, this being the second starter. So we'll see if Mrs. O'Connell can take a step forward, maybe a little bit quicker away from the starting gate. Again, pick 6 starts here with race number 4, a really nice-looking group of 2-year-old fillies getting set to compete at a route of ground on the turf course.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Whitney Julep Cup. Start of the pick six. They are at the post. Number 8, Mrs. O'Connell, fractious in the gate. Number 8, Mrs. O'Connell, examined, cleared to move back into line at the post, and they are off. Let's Skedaddle is there toward the inside. Here comes Flown. Becca's Rocket is there, posting up, down toward the rail. There goes a move from La Bella Rosa early on up into second, but Becca's Rocket is the early leader. Becca's Rocket clears the inside traffic, is over to the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length into the first turn. La Bella Rosa goes second by 2. Magic Solution forwardly placed third, 1 lane off the rail. Flown is fourth to the inside, then a break of 3 lengths. Mrs. O'Connell is fifth, saving ground to the inside. Always Late is sixth alongside of her, and then a gap of 2 back to Rapid Water, seventh on the outside. Posting up is shuffled back into 8th. Let's Skedaddle is now in 9th. A break of 4 more lengths back to Ann in the middle in 10th. Barista is 11th, and Limonada 12th and last. That opening quarter, 23.12 seconds. Becca's Rocket is the leader, a half length. La Bella Rosa second by a length and a half to Flown third ahead. Magic Solution is fourth by 2. And then Mrs. O'Connell fifth to the inside. Always Late between horses. There goes Rapid Water, picking up a few spots to the far outside from 6th. 47.5 seconds was the time for the opening half mile. But Becca's Rocket is still the leader around the turn by a half length. La Bella Rosa goes second by 2. Flown is third to the inside, a length and a half. Magic Solution is fourth at the quarter pole. pole, gap of 3 to Mrs. O'Connell. Rapid Water is still 8 lengths off the lead, joined by Let's Skedaddle. And here's La Bella Rosa, and here's Flown to the outside, both moving up to the outside and moving by Becca's Rocket. Flown striding forward. Let's Skedaddle and Mrs. O'Connell run late along with Rapid Water, but behind Flown. Flown chased to the wire, though. Flown by 2, Flown by a length and a half. Flown wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Rapid Water up for second. Then it was Let's Skedaddle across the line in third.
She puts it all together here today. That is Flown breaking her maiden in start number 3 of her career. She rolls past those that are in front of her, but then she had company late that couldn't quite get to her, Gabby.
Yeah, this was an excellent ride by Tyler Gaffalione, just being able to sit the patient trip towards the inside, being able to save ground pretty much the whole way around there until late, and then angling out in the end, getting the victory. A very nice performance by Flown for trainer Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffalione in the irons to take the 4th.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 4, Flown, was first. 2, Rapid Water was second. 3, Let's Skedaddle was third. 8, Mrs. O'Connell was fourth. 11, Always Late was fifth. 4, 2, 3, 8, 11. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Whitney Julep Cup, the unofficial winner, number 4, Flown, owned by Mark DeTample, trained by Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Flown is a 2-year-old filly by Kitten's Joy out of Rumbaugh by Bernstein, bred in Kentucky by John Cummins, by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey. This Keeneland sales graduate gets a mile and a 16th over the firm turf in 1 minute 42.99 seconds, and the results are now official. 4:23.8:11. The official results for Keeneland's fourth. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Fast track firm turf today. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $13,675. No changes in the fifth race. Looking ahead to the sixth, a reminder, the rail is at 10 feet on the turf course today. Scratch the 2, Delicious Pursuit. Scratch 13, Bonita Annie. That's the sixth race. Scratch 2, Delicious Pursuit. And scratch 13, Bonita Annie. Seventh race, scratch the 3, Mr. Candy Ride. Also scratch the 6, Hunt the Front. That's the seventh race. Scratch 3, Mr. Candy Ride, and scratch 6, Hunt the Front. Featured eighth race, the Sycamore. Again, rail at 10 feet. No changes as far as scratches or jockey changes, none for the feature. Ninth race, scratch the 1, Apple Empire. Scratch 5, 8, ain't enough. That's in the ninth race. Scratch 1, Apple Empire, and scratch 5, 8, ain't enough.
Race number 5 does start the late pick 5 here this afternoon. Do keep in mind that yesterday the late pick 5 paid over $2,000, 50-cent minimum wager. You've got 17 minutes to put those tickets together. And I'm going to go with the number 7 horse as my top selection in this maiden special weight. That is Fastly for trainer Brett Calhoun, a Justin Phillip colt who ran a good race last time out at Churchill Downs, going 7/8 of a mile. Showed some speed that day. It was a really quickly run race, and he was beaten just ahead on the wire. He gets an outside draw, and I think that's the advantage that he has over the favorite, who's down on the inside as a first-time starter. How is he going to break away from the starting gates? And here we go again with a horse that's highly thought of, drawing the rail in these sprint races, and then is, in this instance, going 6.5 furlongs. So I'll go to Fastly, a replication of his most recent start. We'll have him right there in the end. And again, good price, 7-2. Totally Jimbo for Larry Jones. I think that this is a gelding that'll take a step forward. He comes out of that common race with Fastly. He drew post 3 that day. He gets to the outside here today. So perhaps being on the outside of horses will be more to his liking. Gabe Saez rode him on debut. He's getting some support right now at odds of 9-2 as he was a bigger price on debut. But look for him to build off of that debut effort. And then finally, the 3-horse Confess for Gary and Mary West and trainer Wayne Catalano. Gabby, as we've said time and time again during this meet, Wayne Catalano puts these horses of Gary and Mary West's where they can win. He does not mess around, and this horse has not raced since July of 2019, so it's been well over a year. If he wasn't fit for this level for a maiden special weight, Cat would not have this horse in a maiden special weight up against the types that he is here today. So you got to trust the placement of Wayne Catalano with this hard-spun colt. 7-8-3 in race number 5 for me. That starts the late pick 5.
He also looks like a racy, kind of a smaller individual, so it probably is a little bit easier to get a horse like this fit off of that long layoff. I start with the 7, Fastly. I just think of all the horses that have raced already in here, he's probably the fastest, and his last race was so good. If you didn't have the opportunity to go back and watch his last race, well, he was incredibly game. It was kind of a heartbreaker for him to lose that race because he was in the thick of it on the front end, and he pretty much did all of the hard work, and then Guided Missile comes out and closes kind of in the center of the racetrack, and I don't even think this horse saw that horse closing to beat him that day. It was that close, and again, it was a very admirable performance. So I just think, judging from that race, a couple of his others, including his race 2 starts back in which he finished 3rd to Pit Boss, who was a recent winner here at Keeneland, I just think he's probably the best, and he does draw that good outside post position. Now, the 6th Thrill Ride will be the second selection for me, and don't sleep on this horse. He's 6-1 right now, and he comes out of a very tough race. Now, I know it was a 6-horse field. He was 3rd. He was beaten 7 lengths in that race, but I think a little bit more distance should help him. I think second off the 4-month layoff should help him. And also, that last race was tough. Now, Kadri came back to face Allowance Company and did not fare so well, but Idol, the second-place finisher, came back to win a maiden special weight at Churchill Downs, and he got a 94 Beyer speed figure. So horses have exited that last race and gone on to improve significantly. So I think Thrill Ride will improve today. Will it be enough to turn the tables or beat a horse like the 7 Fastly? I'm not sure, but I definitely would include him at 6-1. And then finally, the 1 Mystic Knight. Nice pedigree here. They paid $500,000 for this horse as a yearling at the September sale. He's by into Mischief. He's out of Secret Jewel, who is a half-sister to Shared Account, who won the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. So, yeah, there's a very nice pedigree. Looking at him physically, he's a very big-bodied horse. He's massive, and I just wonder if he will be able to navigate a trip from the rail. Sometimes when you get these smaller, more athletic types, they can be a bit more agile and try to figure out the trip once the gates open if they're not the first out of the gate, if they're not on the lead. But sometimes these bigger bodied horses, if things don't go right for them, it's harder for them to recover. And I just wonder if that might be the case with the 1 Mystic Knight. But he's a beautiful looking individual, and I do think he's got some talent here at 3-1. I just wonder if this rail will be to his demise today, but definitely one you have to consider here when you're constructing your late pick 5 tickets. I went to the 7-6-1 here in race 5 to start that late pick 5. Good luck if you're playing.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The Clarkland Farm, a maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. No scratches, no jockey changes. Double, pick 3, and also start of the late pick 5. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of $13,675. Post time in 7 minutes.
Horses warming up on track here for the 5th race to kick off that late pick 5 sequence, and we'll start with the number 7, Fastly here. He just looks incredibly fit. It looks like all of the races have really, made him ready for this particular race. He definitely looks like he can handle himself at this distance, good outside post position, so all positive check marks here for the 7, Fastly. He looks like one of the more fit horses in the race, and it's no surprise as he's coming out of a 7/8 race last time out and back-to-back mile performances as well, and he also seems pretty sharp today. So he's the horse to beat, in my opinion, of the horses who have starts. The number 1, Mystic Knight, will check in with him on the rail, first-time starter for trainer Chad Brown, and I was looking at him in the paddock, and I thought he was big, and then I got up closer to him, and I think he's even bigger than what I originally thought. He's just got so much size and scope to him. But when he was walking out from the tunnel onto the track, he does seem like he's taking it all in. He seemed a little bit skittish at one point. He looks like he's more relaxed now that he has left the pony, but he does look like he's just really learning and taking it all in. So I wonder if he will be able to work out this trip from the rail post position, just given, his mental state today, but also how big of a horse he is. But gorgeous looking individual as you can see him on the track, and I will say he's much more professional now as Tyler has gotten a good warm up into him. And then the 4, Abundant. I love this horse. I did not pick him in the top 3 when handicapping the race, but I really like him physically. He just has a very nice presence to him. I kind of noticed him in the paddock, and then once again when he was walking out onto the track. He's kind of got this playful type of personality, but also very professional, and you can see how he kind of throws his front legs out in front of him. Really nice stride, very fit definition on the shoulder and behind the saddle. So of the first-time starters, I actually do prefer the 4, Abundant, and I'm also curious if he will be able to show some speed out of the gate. It looks like he's got some gate works that are pretty quick, so we'll see what he can do, the son of Spitestown, and he's out of a mare who was a graded stakes winning turf sprinter, so maybe you get that speed and that precocity from the female side of the family too, but from a physical perspective, the 4, Abundant looks great. And then finally the 6, Thrill Ride. I just wanted to make a quick note about this horse. He is so tall. He's got such long legs. I almost wonder if, I think 6.5 furlongs will help him, but I almost wonder if he would be better with even more distance. A lot of the time we see Ian Wilkes take his time and gradually giving his horses distance, and I wonder if that might be the case with this 6, Thrill Ride. A good-looking horse, but we'll see if 6.5 furlongs is his preferred distance here today. Overall, I think the 7, Fastly, definitely appears to be the horse to beat of the horses that have previous races, but the 4, Abundant, definitely has the look of a live first-time starter at 9-2 as we are 2 minutes out from the 5th.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Clarkland Farm. Start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. Slow beginnings for Abundant and also for Mystic Knight. There goes Extreme Force, outrunning for the early lead. Quickly gets over to the rail. Fastly comes away, forwardly placed in the second position. Totally Jimbo is third up on the far outside, followed by Thrill Ride, fourth in between horses. Ready to Answer sneaks up the rail from fifth into third, just a length and a half off the lead. Starts to look for some more running room now into the far turn. Confess is in behind horses, backs off a bit to the inside. There goes Abundant, moving by to the outside of that one. Still 5 from the front, has to go wide to the far turn, and a gap of 6 more back to Mystic Knight, who's last. The opening quarter, 22.48 seconds. Here comes Fastly, drawing alongside of Extreme Force. Totally Jimbo, a length off that pair. Looking to the far outside third. Gap of 2. Abundant is in fourth at the top of the stretch, still 4 lengths off the lead. And then comes Thrill Ride and Ready to Answer as they turn for home. Totally Jimbo and Fastly going at it for the lead, coming toward the 8th pole. They've gotten away by 6 lengths back to Extreme Force in third, Thrill Ride in fourth, and then Abundant and Mystic Knight. Here's Totally Jimbo with a narrow lead. Fastly is still trying, but second past the 16th pole. A half length separate the top 2. Totally Jimbo. Gabriel Saez to win it. Fastly was home second. Then it's going to be close for third, either Extreme Force or Thrill Ride for that show spot.
Fastly ran his race. He was just outrun by Totally Jimbo, who outfinished him down to the wire. What a run this was between these top 2 finishers in race 5.
Yeah, Totally Jimbo took it to Fastly here, and I think that made all the difference. The difference, too, the post position, because he had the advantage to the outside and just ran Fastly into the ground late. But it's going to be 8-7, and these 2 runners were well clear from the third place finisher. Looks like it might be a photo for the third place, but 8-7 here, 6-1 on top to kick off that late pick 5.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. 8 Totally Jimbo was first. 7 Fastly was second. 5 Extreme Force was third. 6 Thrill Ride was fourth. 1 Mystic Knight fifth. 8-7-5-6-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the Clarkland Farm, the unofficial winner, 8 Totally Jimbo. Owned by Michael Presley and Steve Jackson, trained by Larry Jones. Gabriel Saez, the jockey. Totally Jimbo, a 3-year-old gelded son of Empire Maker out of Totally Tucker by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky by Empire Maker Syndicate and Mike Presley. Keeneland sales grad gets 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 16.86 seconds. Race 5, results official. 87561, the official results for Keeneland's 5th. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, also the start of the late pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $16,252. Scratch the 2, Delicious Pursuit. Also scratch 13, Bonita Annie. Again, scratch 2, Delicious Pursuit, and scratch 13, Bonita Annie. A reminder, the rail is set at 10 feet on the turf course today. Looking ahead to the 7th race, scratch 3, Mr. Candy Ride, and scratch 6, Hunt the Front. So in the 7th race, scratch 3, Mr. Candy Ride, and scratch 6, Hunt the Front. Featured 8th race, the Sycamore, again rail at 10 feet. No scratches, no jockey changes in the 8th race feature. 9th and final race, scratch 1, Apple Empire, and scratch 5, 8 ain't enough. Again, scratch 1, Apple Empire, and scratch 5, 8 ain't enough. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. The start of the late pick 4 is coming up. Keeneland's sixth race on the way. A reminder, once again, the rail set at 10 feet on the turf course today. Race 6 will start the late pick 4. The turf is listed firm, and the rail is at 10 feet. 16,252, the payout on the Super High 5 jackpot from race 5. So that wager begins anew with no carryover in race 6. And again, the start of the pick 4 coming up in race 6. Dulcimer Dame, Cabo Dorado still going at it for the lead. Gap of 3 back to Create a Story, who's trying to join them from third and is coming on the outside. Cabo Dorado, Create a Story running on from the outside. Dulcimer Dame between them, and there goes Create a Story for Gerardo Corrales. And Social Fleet and For Love of Country into the final furlong, going at it for the top spot and for the win. Social Fleet head in front. For Love of Country is there fighting back to the inside. Social Fleet, For Love of Country. What a battle down to the wire. That's going to be a head-bobbing photo for the win. Go West, moving up toward the inside from 4th to 3rd to take 2nd now in a tussle there with Charlie 5-0, but well behind Fire Sword. Fire Sword just goes gliding by the 16th pole. Gerardo Corrales is going to pick up his 2nd win on the card. Go West is going to be 2nd behind Fire Sword. And here's Flown to the outside, both moving up to the outside and moving by Becca's Rocket. Flown striding forward, Let's Skedaddle and Mrs. O'Connell run late along with Rapid Water, but behind Flown. Flown chased to the wire, though. Flown by 2, Flown by a length and a half. Flown wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Rapid Water up for 2nd. Here's Totally Jimbo with a narrow lead. Fastly is still trying, but 2nd past the 16th pole. A half length separate the top 2. Totally Jimbo. Gabriel Saez to win it. Fastly was home 2nd.
Race number 6, 18 minutes to post, and this race will start the late pick 4 here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. There's a look at the favorite, the 3 Dance Rhythms for Tag Team Racing and Randy Exelby. Greg Foley sending out a couple runners in here, both of which, in my opinion, have a big chance. And obviously this filly, many of you feel, does as well, as she is currently sitting at 2-1. She'll make her Keeneland debut here this afternoon on the grass and comes into this race off of 3 consecutive, really 4 consecutive, 5 consecutive, really strong races. That race back at Churchill in late May, she was only beaten a length and a half and was placed 5th via disqualification. But boy, did she really come on after that, including a strong performance at Ellis Park on the soft going behind Into Mystic, who ran a big race in the Buffalo Trace, Franklin County last week, just got tagged on the wire by Got Stormy. So Dance Rhythms, inside draw. She's pretty straightforward. She'll settle off the pace and make a run at him. And getting back from Kentucky Downs back to a true 5.5 sprint on the grass off that 6.5 run, I think will move her forward. And 2-1. I'm not surprised by the action that she's taking. Then you've got Greg Foley with his other filly. Yes, it's Ginger to the outside. When she's at her best, she makes the lead. So you've got to expect that Brian Hernandez is going to hustle her away from there and try to get her to the front and clear from the outside, because I don't know that she has shown us the ability to do what her stablemate has done in the past, and that's settle off the pace and make a run at him. So watch out for, yes, it's Ginger, the 8, 7-1 right now in the wagering. And then the 11 horse will be my final selection for Paulo Lobo. Gets Lasix for the first time, a Brazilian import. These horses can go either way as far as when you've got graded stakes type runners coming from South America. Some of them turn out to be big-time runners. Some of them just don't pan out. And off the 8-month layoff, the fact that Paulo Lobo is going to debut in a maiden special, or in this allowance race, off of those Grade 1 races and Group 3 victories down in Brazil, watch out for her on the outside. So taking a swing with a 15-1 shot, a bit of an unknown, and should be plenty ready to go off this layoff with the consistent works that she's had over the summer months here into the fall. So 3, 8, and 11, Gabby, in a very good race and a very good sequence as far as the pick 4 is concerned.
So good that I hit the all button in this race in the late pick 4. I thought that many horses in here could be a factor. One of them in particular is the top selection, the number 8. Yes, it's Ginger. Just from her consistency alone, I think you have to give her the benefit of the doubt for her last race at 6.5 furlongs. It was too long of a distance. She drew post 12 of 12. She was a factor early, and then then finished 7th ultimately. And she's going against a lot of similar horses in here. Originator, Crystal Lake, Lady Worthington, all 3 of those horses will come back to compete in this race. But she gets back to a traditional turf sprint distance. And what I've liked from her other 2 races this year is her versatility. In her first race, she rated from off of the pace to win. And then her race 2 starts back at Ellis Park. She was quick out of the gate, and she managed to take the field gate to wire. So all those things, I do like her. And the price isn't bad as well at 7-1. We'll go to the outside to the number 12 Originator. And look, she could have maybe improved a bit because of the 6.5 furlong distance. She got the better of Crystal Lake and Lady Worthington in her last race. But if you look at some of her turf sprint races, she really does depend on a fast pace to close into. That race at a mile, several starts back at 40,000, that was kind of the same case. To me, she's an in-betweener. She's not necessarily a true 5 furlong, 5.5 turf sprinter. She needs a fast pace to close into when that's the case. I think she's kind of perfect at 6.5 furlongs. So she won that last race, but that doesn't mean that she has to win this race on the cutback in distance. The 7, Sold It, I thought was an interesting sort for trainer Mike Maker. First time for the barn, last time out, it was a mile race at Kentucky Downs. That was probably too far. She's a filly that could be similar to Originator, the 12, in that she is a little bit of an in-betweener. She doesn't always get the right type of trip at 5 furlongs or 5.5 furlongs, but maybe the mile is a bit too long for her. I just think she's got enough natural speed regardless to get herself involved early, and that could be the best case scenario for her. She's on the board at 10-1. Again, there's still a couple of question marks of whether or not this is her preferred distance, but I'll give her a shot at that price for a barn that has been very, very good thus far at the meet. And I'll throw in one more horse if we have time, guys. The number 4, Lady Worthington. I did want to mention her for trainer Wesley Ward, because she comes out of the same race at Kentucky Downs. She's a long shot in here, but I think you have to pay attention to her because she had an awkward trip last time out. This is a filly that likes to be on the lead. She actually broke on top, and for whatever reason, Irad Ortiz actually took her off of the pace early and got her tucked behind horses. After that, it just seemed like she was a little bit awkward closing. That's not her preferred running style. She likes to be on the lead. So look for her to break sharply today, be on the lead, and maybe she could turn the tables on the legs of Originator and Crystal Lake. Mind you, she was the favorite in that last race, not Originator. So I think coming back to this race with a preferred trip, she could be a major factor at 11-1. I talked about 4 horses. Scott talked about several other horses, and that's what makes this race such a good betting race in such a competitive race for the late pick 4. That's why I hit the all button. So I will progress to the next leg of the late pick 4 regardless, but a very good betting race coming up as we're 12 minutes out from the 6th.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Donnemeyer. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. No carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. It starts anew here in race 6. Scratch the 2, Delicious Pursuit. Scratch 13, Bonita Annie. 2, Delicious Pursuit, 13, Bonita Annie. Scratched. Start of the late pick 4. Post time 6 minutes away.
5 minutes out from the sixth race here, a very tough turf sprint allowance race. And look, all of these fillies pretty much look good on track. Fillies and mares, I should say, including this filly, the number 4 Lady Worthington. But she is on her toes. She is feeling good today. You can see just the bounce in her stride with the pony. I just simply think that she didn't get the right trip last time out. This is a filly that likes to be on the lead, and she was not able to secure that position in her last race at Kentucky Downs. So look for a much improved performance today for trainer Wesley Ward. She's sharp. She looks like she's ready to go, and she gets back to a firm turf course. I think that's also key for her. And not only did she go a little bit too far last time out, but the start prior to that was over a good listed turf course, and she really hasn't been on a firm course since August of 2019 at Saratoga. So I think she actually gets the right type of conditions from a distance standpoint, hopefully a tactical standpoint going to the lead, and also the right type of surface here today. The number 8, yes, it's Ginger. I'm surprised by her today. You know, just judging by how quick she is in some of her turf races, she's very lackadaisical. You can see her on the track, a quiet filly. She hasn't really done much, whether it be in the paddock or on track side. She's very calm. I'm really not sure if this is her usual self, but it's surprising to see how much speed she has just by observing her behavior on the track. But outside of that, I thought she did look very, very well here today. And then finally, the 11, Chow, I think is how you say it, for Paula Lobo, making her United States debut today. I actually really like this filly on the track. She is a long shot. She's 17-1. We don't really know what type of form she has had here before or in Brazil, but she definitely looks like a sprinter, and she looks very strong. So maybe a horse to consider at 17-1. And Scott, I already did mention the number 8. Yes, it's Ginger. I was just mentioning how calm she is on the track. I like her, but could you tell us what Greg Foley happened to say about both of his runners in here?
Well, he said he doesn't feel that that yes, it's Ginger has to make the lead, that she can sit close but doesn't need to make the lead. So that's certainly nice to hear, because when you got a horse that's on the outside, if she doesn't clear and then she'd be in a position that the trainer felt would be uncomfortable, then you wouldn't want to hear that. So I think that she's got an equal opportunity to run with her stablemate and Dance Rhythms. You just talked about how good and consistent she's been over the course of her career to the connections. So Greg Foley's got a big opportunity in front of him here. This is a good group, and he's got 2 nice fillies that'll be sprinting 5.5 furlongs here in just 2 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race. The Donna Meyer started the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off. There goes LZ out for the lead. Yes, it's Ginger and Sold It also have early speed. Into Esau comes away running in fourth toward the outside. Originator goes fifth out in the center of the course. Lady Worthington is sixth down toward the inside. Violenza is seventh alongside of her. Crystal Lake is eighth against the rail. Dance Rhythms is ninth into the far turn, running nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Mom's Red Lipstick is 10th alongside her. So Gracious is last of the 11. LZ against the rail leads Into Esau by a length around the turn. Awkward move there for Crystal Lake. About mid-pack, had to check, drop back several lengths, 21.55 for the opening quarter. But LZ leads Into Esau off the far turn by a length and a half. There's Originator moving up third to the outside. Sold It is fourth back toward the inside. Lady Worthington is in fifth as they come to the eighth pole, and LZ is chased, although has a two-length lead. Lady Worthington and Originator, and also Dance Rhythms. Dance Rhythms getting untracked late, but running out of time. LZ has the lead. Sold It, Originator. Dance Rhythms far outside goes to second, but here's the line. LZ wins it. Dance Rhythms home second. Multiple horse photo to separate third, fourth, and fifth.
Nobody could keep up with her here today. That is LZ for M-Bar-O LLC. And Chris Hartman, Mitchell Merle, showing some speed from the gate, set fast fractions, and holds on.
47-1. Big balloons here in race number 6. And sometimes what it boils down to is getting out of the gate and being the quickest in these turf sprints. It was a valiant effort by the number 3 horse Dance Rhythms to be closing late. She just did not get the right type of trip here. So big long shot to take the first leg of the late pick 4, 47-1 here in the 6th.
Photo for show, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. 9LZ finished first. 3 Dance Rhythms was second. 12 Originator third. 4 Lady Worthington fourth. 7 Sold It was fifth. 9-3-12-4-7 unofficial. Results of race 6 now official. 9-3-12-4-7. The official results for Keeneland's 6th race. The official winner in the winner's circle now for the 6th event, the Donnemeyer 9LZ, owned by M-Bar O LLC of J.D. Osgood. The trainer is Chris Hartman. The jockey is Mitchell Merle. LZ, a 3-year-old filly by City Zip out of Court Appeal by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by W.S. Farish and Lazy F Ranch. This Keeneland sales graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.32 seconds. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Main track is fast. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. $2,075 the Super High Five jackpot carryover in race 7. Scratch 3, Mr. Candy Ride. Also, scratch the 6, Hunt the Front. 3, Mr. Candy Ride is scratched, and also 6, Hunt the Front scratched. Featured 8th race, the Sycamore. Remember, the rail at 10 feet on the turf course. No scratches, no jockey changes in that 8th race feature. 9th and final race, scratch the 1 Apple Empire. Scratch the 5-8, ain't enough. Again, scratch 1 Apple Empire and scratch 5-8. Ain't enough.
Race number 7 features a good group of A-then allowance runners. They'll be going a mile and 3/16 here today on the fast main track. There is a couple of scratches, both the 3 and the 6 withdrawn. We're looking right now at the 3-1 second choice. My top selection, Don Bourbon for Bourbon Lane Stable, a colt by Tisnow, who broke his maiden 2 starts back at Ellis Park in the mud, then put together a strong effort most recently at Churchill Downs back in mid-September, so just under a month ago. Should sit a forward trip. This is a pretty straightforward horse. He's a horse that I think that with these longer distances, you're going to start to see better races from him and watch him develop in front of our eyes. Watch out for Bourbon Lane Stables, Don Bourbon, the son of Tisnow, looking for his second lifetime win. Good price, 3-1 as he draws the rail. The 7 horse is my second choice. That is a Ledge for Steve Asmussen. He's progressed as well. He stepped up to 1.25 miles back on the 1st of September at Churchill Downs. They added blinkers, and he just kept on going and won that race by a length and 3/4. The runner-up in that race would come out of that start and pick up a victory in his subsequent effort. So the distance will not be an issue. Ricardo in the saddle, 8-1, a Ledge. We'll see him out on the track here shortly and get a good look at the son of Uncle Mo. And then finally, I did go to the 9-horse Spa City as my third selection, colt by Street Sense. Gabby, I think you talked me into this one on today at Keeneland more than anything, because my top selection originally was the 6, who was scratched. So I go back to the 9 Spa City. I'll hand it over to you so you can sell everybody like you sold me this morning on today at Keeneland on this colt by Street Sense.
I really didn't think I did that great of a job selling this horse because I said I was playing with my heart. I have a lot of experience with this horse, just being familiar with him when I was covering the racing over the winter down at Gulfstream Park. And, you know, having conversations with Kieran McLaughlin and even going to Palmettos where he was training at the time, you just got the opinion, or you got the kind of vibe in the barn that this was a good horse. He just needed some time to grow into himself and develop into himself. And he clearly is a horse that needs a distance of ground. He clearly did not pick up his feet at 3/4, even at the 1-turn mile at Gulfstream Park. And finally, things came together for him at 9 furlongs on the main track. They tried the Grade 2 Tampa Bay Derby. He showed speed. He faded. Probably too tough of a race at that particular time. He was going against King Guillermo and Sole Volante in that race. So since then, they've given him some time to mature and develop. You can see him in the paddock. Right now he's in the stall, but just a moment ago, he's a very big horse, but he looks very fit, especially comparing him to what I'm seeing right now versus what I was seeing during the winter too. It looks like he's kind of growing into himself. At one point, he was a very big, kind of awkward individual, but he looks very fit off of the layoff. Now, I like him. I think he's going to be the speed of the race, but 1 mile and 3/16 off of several months on the shelf is still a question mark. I'm going to be having my fingers crossed, hoping we get through the next leg of the late pick 4, as he is my single, and I did hit that all button with a 47-1 shot in the 6th race getting home. Now, the second pick is the 5, Let Me Know, for trainer Ian Wilkes. This is a horse who was just unlucky last time out. Happy Saver was the winner of the Federico Tessio. That's a prep race for the Preakness Stakes pretty much every year. This horse, he was unlucky last time out and stumbling out of the gate, and then he was unlucky in his race in the Iowa Derby, disqualified and placed second. But he's a horse that needs a strong pace, and I also think he will move forward with added distance. He's got good foundation underneath of him. Maybe, just maybe at this distance in a better break, he will be closer to the pace. But it's kind of been a long time getting this horse going. He was good early, and then he kind of hit a little bit of a lull, but it looks like he might be circling back into his best form. So I'll use him at a big price at 10-1. And then finally, the number 1, Don Bourbon, for trainer Ian Wilkes. He comes out of a race last time out where he finished second to What Country. That horse actually would come back to run against a really nice horse in Big Dreaming. I believe it was last week. But Don Bourbon, he's a horse that I think finally hits his stride when he gets these longer distances, and he can be a little bit more forwardly placed. So we'll see if that's a strategy under Julian Leparoux from the rail. But I did think that he was an interesting horse and probably the biggest threat to the favorite right now. The betting public thinks so too, as he is your second choice at 7-2. But a very good group of horses coming up next for this first level allowance. They will be going 1 mile and 3/16 on the main track. And your favorite, the number 9, Spa City, at 8-5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Diamond A Farms. An allowance for 3-year-olds and up, mile and 3/16 over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $2,075. Scratch 3, Mr. Candy Ride. Also scratch 6, Hunt the Front. Post time 7 minutes.
Taking a look at these horses on track here for the upcoming 7th race, 5 minutes to post. And we'll start with the favorite, the number 9, Spa City, who has not been seen since his effort in the Grade 2 Tampa Bay Derby back in the beginning of March. Now, since then, he's been transferred to trainer Brad Cox and looks like he's been working forwardly here at Keeneland. He has 2 local workouts preparing himself for this race here today, and he looks very, very fit. Again, I'm familiar with this horse from the winter in Florida, and he was also always a very big, burly-looking horse. So I think, he probably needed a couple races to start to figure it out, but he does look fit, ready to go here off the layoff, and I'm hoping he can show speed out of the gate. Scott, you just managed to talk to Brad Cox about this runner, Spa City, and what did he have to say?
He says he's liked him and what he's seen from him since he's been in his barn, and he referenced a workout 2 weeks ago right here at Keeneland over the surface and said that he just did everything right in that workout. And he realizes that the distance off the layoff is the big question, but this is going to be his game moving forward. So we'll see where he's at. He does look fantastic out there, and Brad has just done such a phenomenal job with his runners at Keeneland and over the last several years. So when you're placing money on horses like this with this kind of pedigree for this operation, Godolphin, trained by Brad Cox, you can go with some confidence to the window and place your wagers down.
Yeah, and I think one of those workouts was in company with Santa Guapa, who was a first out winner yesterday afternoon, albeit that's a filly and that was on the turf. And this horse did outwork her, but still, it's good to see that filly did in fact win on yesterday's card. The number 1, Don Bourbon, I thought looked really good on track for trainer Ian Wilkes, and he's a big horse, so I think he's at this distance could kind of get his feet underneath of him and get into the flow of the race. Unfortunately, last time out he was bumped a little bit off stride going into the first turn, and that made all the difference for this horse. Sometimes you get these bigger bodied horses and it's really hard for them to recover, so hopefully a cleaner trip. I'm not sure if he's going to be faster than others early, but hopefully he can work things out under Julian Leparoux from the rail. And then the 10, Friars Road for Michael McCarthy. Scott, I think you liked this horse a little bit, and I I didn't use him in the top 3, but I actually do like how he's acting here on track. And I certainly think, at least from a physical perspective, he will appreciate this distance versus the mile races that he's been running in.
Yeah, just look at his career starting back in October of last year. He was run against Thousand Words, an eventual stakes winner. Then he was runner-up in his second start. Then they had to ship him to Oaklawn Park just to find a race because they couldn't get races to fill for him at Santa Anita. They took the big swing in the Santa Anita Derby, didn't work out. He wins at Del Mar, and then last time out, just had that outside draw, wasn't clean away from the starting gate, and was beaten by Tiz a Magician, who's a solid runner in his own right. So, yeah, the 10 is a danger in here at a price of 8-1.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race, scratch number 7, Allege. Late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race, scratch number 7, Allege. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Diamond Day Farms. They are at the post. They're off. There's Glory Road for the lead from the inside. Let Me Know is away with some early speed as well. Comes up into the second position just off the leader's flank here early on. Spa City comes away running in third. Job Security between horses fourth and Don Bourbon fifth back toward the rail. But Glory Road is the early leader. Glory Road hugs the rail into the first turn and leads it by just a length. Let Me Know moves up second on the outside. Don Bourbon is third against the rail as they swing around that turn. Job Security in between horses is in fourth. Spa City, three wide and fifth, caught wide around that first turn. Parade Field is sixth in behind horses, and Friars Road is seventh place toward the outside, moves up one spot from last, nearly 5 lengths off the lead after an opening quarter in 24.42 seconds. Here's Spa City starting to move forward in the far outside up into third, just a half length off the front pair. You've got Let Me Know between horses, Glory Road to the inside, and Spa City joins them to the far outside. Half length separate the top three as they head for the far turn. And then Job Security in fourth, a half length. Don Bourbon fifth toward the inside. Friars Road is next to last. Parade Field is the trailer. It was 49.65 seconds for the opening half mile. Let Me Know alongside of Glory Road. Spa City still third. Length off the front pair now around the far turn, but again starting to inch forward. The top three again separated by a half length. Here's Friars Road quickly moving into contention. Glory Road is dropping back into the sixth position along the rail as they turn for home. Spa City has taken the lead. Friars Road goes to second. Let Me Know is third down toward the inside. Job Security is in fourth. Let Me Know fights back along the rail once again to challenge for the lead into the final furlong. Spa City right alongside, though, and Friars Road joining them on the far outside. 16th pole, narrow lead for Spa City by just 1 length, now by 3/4 of a length. Friars Road is still trying. Spa City wins it by a neck from Andy Franco, and then it was Friars Road who was up for second, followed by Let Me Know in third. 1 minute 58.96 seconds.
It's the 9 Spa City at even money, the son of Street Sense for Godolphin and Brad Cox, and that was not an easy trip by any means, Gabby. And he hung in there late, took pressure from the 10 at Friars Road, who fired a nice shot here at Keeneland for the first time. He should be able to build off of this race. That's a scary thought moving forward.
You would think so. Mile and 3/16 is not an easy distance to tackle off of such a long layoff. He did not get out of the gate. He's a big horse. He was a little bit awkward today off that layoff. I think Manny definitely worked hard for this race as he was riding this horse down the entire stretch. So congratulations to the connections. Well done, Brad Cox, getting this horse ready off of the layoff. 9:10 unofficially here in the 7th.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 9 Spa City was first. 10 Friars Road was second. 5 Let Me Know third. 4 Job Security fourth. 1 Don Bourbon fifth. 9-10-5, 4-1. Unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 7th race, the Diamond Day Farms and the winner's circle now, 9, Spa City. Owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox, Manny Franco, the jockey. Spa City, 3-year-old son of Street Sense out of Sarah Louise by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Godolphin. A mile and 3/16 over the fast main track, 1 minute 58.96 seconds. Seventh race, results official, 9-10-5-4-1, the official results for Keeneland's 7th. Keeneland's featured 8th upcoming, 26th running of the Sycamore Stakes, Grade 3. Turf is firm. Rail is set at 10 feet. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $2,930. No scratches, no jockey changes in this 8th race feature. Looking ahead to race 9, a reminder in the 9th race, scratch 1 Apple Empire, scratch 5, 8 ain't enough. Again, scratch 1 Apple Empire and scratch 5. 8 ain't enough.
Today's Grade 3 feature is the Sycamore Stakes, and horses are being saddled up right now as we are 14 minutes away from this featured event. Post time expected just before 5 o'clock Eastern time. We're looking right now at the 2-horse Red Knight for Trinity Farm. Trainer Bill Mott, a son of Pure Prize, who's won 7 of 20 races lifetime, made nearly $650,000. And I just loved his last race over that very soft going that he encountered at Kentucky Downs. He was second to Arc Low, and he held off Zulu Alpha late in stretch. And for that effort, he earned a 101 Beyer speed figure number. This horse is no stranger to running in these types of races. This is his distance. He's a horse that can come closing. He can sit close to the pace. Whatever they want to do with him, James Graham has options. 5-2, a very straightforward runner, and a horse that is easy to back, given as consistent as he has been over the course of his 20-race career. My second choice is the 5 Big Agenda, as Mike Maker steps this horse up and trip to a 1.5 miles off of mile and 1/16 races. You've just got to trust the judgments of arguably the best distance turf trainer in North America, Mike Maker, because he just knows how to develop these horses, and oftentimes they're claims that turn into graded stakes runners. This not the case, but he's 2 for 2 with this gelding so far in his career. He's got the pedigree to go on. We'll see what he's about, and I was also lured to this horse given the fact that Tyler Gaffalione stuck here with this gelding, because Maker leans on Gaffalione, it seems, as his first call rider here in Kentucky. So it's 6-1. Watch out for Big Agenda as he climbs the class ladder here today. And then finally, you do have to include the number 10 horse, the European import Zayed, who will now be in the United States with Graham Motion, son of Rock of Gibraltar for the Wertheimers, gets Lasix for the first time. He's got speed. He comes out of tough races, Gabby, where he was only beaten 3.5 lengths to top European runners Anthony Van Dyke and Stradivarius, the multiple Ascot Gold Cup winner. That was his last race a month ago. We'll see where he's at here today. And oftentimes we see these European horses, not necessarily the first flight cut, but they can bring over their B team and they just dominate our A team. So we'll see if that ends up happening here with Zayed as he draws the outside. Manny Franco's got a big decision to make early on in this race as well.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for him, but at least this horse has some natural speed to help him get into that early position. Zayed, he looks good in the paddock. He's not the biggest horse in the paddock by any means, but he does look like the physical that could just run all day, and that's what you need at this particular distance on the turf. And I also really did like his race in the Canadian International last fall up at Woodbine, because he could show that his speed in Europe and France could translate to North American racing. He was very quick that day. It was unfortunate that he lost to Desert Encounter as the favorite that day, but he clearly has ability. He clearly has been going against some top quality distance turf horses in France, and I do think he's the class of the field. He was defeated just over 3 lengths most recently in a Group 2 at Longchamp to Anthony Van Dyke, who finished 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Turf last year to the legs of Bricks and Mortar. So the class is there, and sometimes that's all that matters in these 1.5 mile turf races. The number 2 Red Knight, he comes out of several grade 3 races back to back to back. Now, there's been some time in between those couple of races, especially in his last 2 races from January to September. I was impressed that he could handle himself over that very soft ground. There was an interview earlier today about that particular race for Graham Motion was mentioning just the soft conditions at Kentucky Downs. So, I don't even think soft does that surface any justice. So I did think that it was a really good performance from him. But he is a horse in the past, has managed to handle a soft ground before in the past. The class is there, though. He faced Arklow and Zulu Alpha in that most recent event. He's just going to hope for the right type of trip to close from off of it. And then finally, the 5 Big Agenda. I think he's going to be able to be the main speed in here. Now, Zayed is fast, but Big Agenda might be able to get the jump on him under Tyler Gaffalione. And we've seen when sometimes Mike Maker gets these horses into his care, the distances get longer and longer, and their form starts to really improve. So he knows how to condition these horses to run all day, and the 5 Big Agenda, I think, could be the controlling speed in here and maybe be able to steal it. today at 1.5 miles. You obviously have to respect the 6 Aquaphobia, the other one of Mike Maker's runners who won the Grade 1 United Nations at Monmouth Park over the course of the summer. He is your second choice at 3-1 right now. But the betting public landing on the 10, Zayad for trainer Graham Motion, coming back to North America but making his Keeneland debut today. We are 9 minutes out. Riders are up for the featured event.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 8th race, 26th running of the Sycamore Stakes, Grade 3. 3-year-olds and up at 1.5 miles over the firm turf, the rail set at 10 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $2,930. No scratches, no jockey changes. Post time at 6 minutes. Now the post parade for the Sycamore, number 1 Postulation, owned by Runnymore Racing LLC of Caroline Bentley, trained by Michael Matz. Julienne Leperoux is up. 2 Red Knight, owned by Trinity Farm of Thomas Egan, trained by Bill Mott. Jockey James Graham. 3 He's No Lemon, owned by Alex Campbell Jr., trained by Graham Motion. Jockey Rafael Bejarano. 4 Split the Wickets, owned by Running Down a Dream Stable LLC of trainer Tom Van Berg. Colby Hernandez will ride. Big Agenda number 5, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by David Stoudecker. Mike Maker trains. Tyler Gaffalione is the jockey. Aquaphobia number 6, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by David Stoudecker, by Hootie's Racing LLC of Mark Moore, and Sky High Racing of Harvey Diamond. Mike Maker trains. Florent Giroux is the jockey. North Dakota is number 7, owned by the Allen Stable Incorporated of Joe Allen. Shug McGahee trains, and Corey Lannery is up. Morning Stride number 8, owned by 4RH Racing Stable LLC of Barry Rosa, trained by Monica McGoey. Gabriel Saez will ride. 9 Eons, owned by Mark Greer. The trainer Arnaud Delacour. Brian Hernandez Jr. will ride. Ziad, number 10, races for Wertheimer and Frere. Alon and Gerard Wertheimer. Graham Motion is the trainer. Manny Franco is the jockey. Post time for the featured Sycamore, less than 5 minutes away.
The Grade 3 Sycamore is coming up next in 4 minutes, and we'll start with the number 6, Aquaphobia, here for trainer Mike Maker, who sends out both the 5 and the 6, but Aquaphobia is that Grade 1 winner who won the Grade 1 United Nations 2 starts back. He looks great on track, and I do think he's a horse that you have to respect just from his form this season alone. He was over soft ground in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer last time out against Channel Maker, who has been sensational this year. Channel Maker winning not only that race, but also the Grade 1 Turf Classic, so back-to-back Grade 1 victories for Channel Maker. So the class is there with Aquaphobia. I did think, though, the United Nations came up, number 1, a little bit on the easier side for a Grade 1. It was still very tough, but all considering. On top of that, the pace didn't come back to anybody. So Arklow was actually in that race, and I thought it was a great ride by Joe Bravo to move a bit early and be in the perfect position to get the win. I'll be curious to see the type of trip that Florent Giroux tries to navigate, but you can see his ears are forward. He looks very professional. He looks great on track today, so no negative things about this horse on track. The 7 North Dakota I thought was very interesting today. 18-1 on the board right now, but in fact, he did beat Big Agenda last time out, who is 6-1 on the board. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And on top of that, it does seem like this is a horse that could just run all day. He's trained by Shug McGahee. North Dakota, I thought, just had the look of a live long shot here. And then the number 1 postulation towards the inside for trainer Michael Matz. I thought that this was another one that could maybe figure out the right type of trip towards the inside. But Scott, I wanted to get your thoughts on this race. Do you have any other nuggets for the 4 Split the Wickets in particular?
Yeah, I just spoke to his trainer Tom Vanberg, and he said Split the Wickets, they've been building towards these mile-and-a-half races for some time, and they felt for a long time, in fact 2 years ago, that this would be his best scenario. So we'll see if he's good enough here today. He's 33-1, but Tom Vanberg says he runs all day and he just doesn't get going until the longer he goes, the better he gets in his training. So watch out for Split the Wickets, at the very least underneath in these exotics that you've got presented for you here in the Sycamore.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 26th running of the Sycamore, Grade 3. They are at the post. They're off in the featured Sycamore Stakes. Here's Eons from the extreme outside. Here's Aquaphobia, Big Agenda from between horses. Postulation is there down toward the inside. Postulation moves forward and now has the lead heading onto the far turn. Leads it by just a half length. Aquaphobia is alongside in second by a length and a half. Big Agenda backs away third and neck. Eons fourth up on the outside. North Dakota fifth between horses. Ziad is a wide sixth around the turn. And then it's Red Knight, who's seventh back toward the inside. Morning Stride, He's No Lemon, and Split the Wickets, who angles wide from last, heading into the stretch after an opening quarter of 24.84 seconds. Postulation is the leader, and Postulation on top by a length and a half. Aquaphobia second, a half length. Big Agenda third to the inside. Eons is fourth to the outside. North Dakota in between horses in fifth. Morning Stride sixth with 1 lap to go. And then Red Knight. Now, Red Knight is down toward the inside in the seventh position. Ziad is alongside of that one. And then further back, you've got Split the Wickets, who is next to last, and He's No Lemon trails. The opening half mile went in 51.08 seconds. Postulation continues to show the way. Postulation leading Aquaphobia by just a length. Eons is third to the far outside. And then Big Agenda, fourth back toward the rail. North Dakota, followed by Ziad in between horses as they hit the backstretch once again. Morning Stride, Red Knight toward the rail, who's 7 lengths from the front. Gap of 2 more then back to Split the Wickets, and He's No Lemon. 6 furlongs, 116.04, midpoint of the backstretch. Postulation continues to guide the field in the Sycamore and leads it by just over a length. Aquaphobia is still there in second, 3/4 of a length. Big Agenda reclaims the third position, a half length. Eon is now between horses. Eon's in the fourth spot. Ziad, fifth on his outside. Now, Red Knight is changing lanes, starts to carefully move up off the rail in between horses, and Red Knight has to carefully thread the needle through traffic, picks up 3 positions on the far turn, has gone to fourth, still 5 lengths from the lead, though, a 1/4 mile out, and Postulation still the leader by 2. Aquaphobia second. Red Knight to the outside is now up to third. North Dakota is fourth down toward the inside and looking for running room. Red Knight comes forward to challenge Postulation. North Dakota third. Ziad is in fourth. Red Knight has the lead. Ziad running on from the outside of Postulation. That move on the far turn by James Graham got the job done for Red Knight to win the Sycamore.
What a ride and what a call from Kurt Becker and picking that up around the far turn. Red Knight threading the needle and gets that position and comes rolling on late to pick up the victory for Trinity Farm, a 6-year-old son of Pure Prize.
This is a fantastic ride, fantastic call by Kurt Becker. Just this horse and Jimmy Graham being able to thread the needle, as Kurt Becker mentioned, through horses, saving ground early, and then just getting in the clear late to let this horse's loping stride to get him to the finish line in time. So a very nice performance. Going off at the off odds at 2-1 here in the Grade 3 Sycamore Stakes.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. The time of 2 minutes 28.81 seconds, a stakes record in the Sycamore. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. The 2, Red Knight, was first. 1, Postulation, was second. 10, Ziad, was third. 7, North Dakota, was fourth. And 3, He's No Lemon, was 5th. 2-1-10-7-3, unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's featured 8th race, the Grade 3 Sycamore, the 26th running. 2, Red Knight, owned by Trinity Farm of Thomas Egan, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey James Graham. Red Knight, 6-year-old gelded son of Pure Prize, out of Isabella Way by Skip Away. The winner bred in New York by Trinity Farm, LLC. The time for the 12 furlongs over the firm turf, 2 minutes 28.81 seconds. A stakes record in the Sycamore. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 3 Sycamore. Presenting the trophy, Mr. Kevin Kide, Anthem Regional Vice President of Large Group Sales. Kevin presents to the connections of number 2, Red Knight. Race 8 results official. 2-1-10-7-3. The official results for Keeneland's featured 8th. Ninth and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Super High Five jackpot. That wager will start anew in race 9. Scratch 1, Apple Empire, and scratch 5, 8 ain't enough.
Might be one of the rides of the meet here, this meet at Keeneland Racecourse. Red Knight taking the Grade 3 Sycamore Stakes, and the man that guided Red Knight around that turn so brilliantly, James Graham. James, what were you thinking as you were trying to navigate that traffic on the far turn?
Well, I seen what was happening around me. Manny moved out around the backside. Brian's horse started to come off under pressure, and I split two horses, and he come right back on the bridle for me, which was great. And then he accelerated, turning for home.
What was it like the early portion of the race?
Perfect. Everything went great. I was probably 2 lengths further back than I wanted to be, but it worked out.
Job well done.
Thank you.
Kenny McCarthy, assistant to Bill Mott. What were you thinking as you're watching this race unfold?
I mean, similar thoughts. I wished he was maybe a little bit closer, with you seem to hang up the slower fractions and everything. But I thought a wonderful ride by James. Great decision on the turn, split those horses, and then, really picked the horse up and finished strongly on him. So.
Well, great job on getting him ready here in the Sycamore.
Thank you.
Red Knight, strong finish, strong ride from James Graham as he takes the Grade 3 Sycamore here today. One race left here on this afternoon of racing at Keeneland Racecourse. A little bit of rain has arrived in the area, but nothing significant yet. But the temperature has dropped considerably. We are in the low 60s, maybe high 50s at this point in time, and the temperature is only going to continue to drop into the evening hours. But taking a look right now at Buttered Noodles, the number 2 horse, who now draws the rail with the scratch of the 1. This one owned by Double Down Stables and Jimmy DeVito, the conditioner. Miguel Mena gets the opportunity. Last time out, ran for $25,000 on the turf course. That was a decent enough run. The dirt race 2 back at Indiana Grand, good enough certainly to win here. Ran in 1:10 and 3, going wire to wire at 6 furlongs. The added half of a furlong, will it be an issue? Not based on that performance, but obviously the competition is more difficult when you're facing winners. But I do like Buttered Noodles in this race at odds of 9-2 for the DeVito barn, who continues to send horses over here to Keeneland that are put in the right spots. A street class, the 3 horse, the second choice for me for Michael McCarthy. This is all about dropping in class. The last 2 races have not been good. This horse showed ability when still back on the West Coast in Southern California at Santa Anita and Del Mar, but obviously Michael McCarthy has seen what he's seen in those last 2 races at Churchill Downs, and they've been poor performances. So that's why they'll drop him all the way down in for $20,000 here today. And certainly he's going to have to perform much better. You would think he'll perform much better just based on the class relief that he's getting in this instance. 9-2 on my second selection. And then the 8 horse, Cash Now for Brad Cox, a gelding by Hardspun, who comes off the 2-month layoff, broke his maiden for $32,000 in start number 2. They gave him 1 try in an allowance race. Ran okay. It wasn't a bad race in mid-August, but here he is in for 20. This is the right spot for Cash Now as he sits at 5-1. Sean Bridgmahan gets the opportunity as he rides several for Cox through the years recently. So nice way to end the day, and good prices right now on the tote board as we wait for them to team up with their jocks.
Yeah, Scott, I did ultimately land on the number 6 Irish Spirit. Kind of my strongest opinion is between the 3 and the 6 here. The 3 on the board at 9-2 and the 6 on the board at 2-1. This one, the 6 Irish Spirit for trainer Steve Asmussen, who I thought ran a fine race last time out and does shorten up just a little bit to 6.5 furlongs from a 7 furlong try last time out. But clearly this horse is okay at 7/8. He's okay at a mile. I think the 6.5 furlongs should be fine. And in a race where there are a lot of class droppers, I just kind of like this horse that's making somewhat of a lateral move here, who has been in decent form as of late. So second start off the claim here for Steve Asmussen with the 6 Irish Spirit. That's where I land, but I also have to respect the 3 Street Class, who cuts back in distance, shows speed, and faded against much tougher competition. This is definitely the horse to beat. I just wonder if this is his best distance, 6.5 furlongs. I think there's a reason why Michael McCarthy had campaigned him going a distance of ground for pretty much his entire career. Only in that race 2 starts back in September did the Connections finally decide to cut him back in distance. So this will be his shortest distance he's ever gone. We will see if that is the right move, but definitely the class relief makes him competitive from that standpoint alone. And then the 7 Major Attraction, I think he'll be on the lead today. He's a horse that is now coming back to the main track from back-to-back turf tries. His races seemingly are a little bit better on the dirt, and I think one race that really pops off the page on the dirt is his race back in June at Churchill Downs, where he showed speed, faded, finished second to Sir Alfred James, who's actually an okay runner for trainer Al Stahl. So we'll see if Tyler Gaffalione could get aggressive with his horse and maintain that front-running position. But I did think he was a major contender here in the nightcap, and he is on the board at 5-2. Overall, I think this is a tough race. You could even make a case for the 8 Cash Now for trainer Brad Cox coming in off of the layoff, and he looks well in the paddock too. You can see competitive race reflected on the board. Your current favorite, Lukewarm, at 2-1 is the 6 Irish Spirit, but we have a couple of horses up there at 9-2. The 2, 3, and the 8 are all on the board at 9-2. So we'll see what happens here as we are 11 minutes out from today's nightcap.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth and final race. Claiming race for 3-year-olds and up with a price of $20,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1, Apple Empire. Also scratch 5, 8. Ain't enough. No carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot. Post time in 8 minutes.
Now 7 minutes away from the ninth and final, and we're taking a look at the number 4 horse that is classified info on her toes, or on his toes rather. This gelding, son of Bayern, a Keeneland graduate from 2018, and hasn't been seen in 8 months. We'll see where this gelding is at for Ian Wilkes. Andrea Rodriguez gets the opportunity here, the 10-pound apprentice, at 22-1. Just like the horse looks fit off of this lengthy layoff, and like the way that this horse was acting in the post parade. Cash Now, another one that looked well enough coming out onto the course. One of the shorter priced horses in here, 5-1 for Brad Cox. It seems a bit too good to be true, to be honest with you, though, Gabby, looking at 5-1 and the way the Cox Barn is going right now and always seemingly does. So I wonder if this is should this horse be a shorter price? Are they ignoring this? What do you make of the 8 horse in here?
Bettors are pretty spot on with Brad Cox's runners. I mean, there's a reason why Spa City was even money in the 7th race today. So to me, I think this is a negative sign. He's a little chilly on the board, and I'm a little chilly too here at Keeneland, but 9-2 on the board. He does look fit enough. I think this kind of leads me to the next point. Scott, where does the pace scenario come? Where does the pace come from? Because this horse has speed, the 7 has speed, Irish Spirit has a little bit of speed. So I think that was, and Buttered Noodles, your top selection has some speed. So on top of all of these class droppers, I also think it's tough to decipher where the speed comes from.
Yeah, I mean, it's predicting that is impossible in here because there's so many of them. It's just going to come down to who breaks the sharpest, obviously, away from the starting gate. And then let's take a look at the 9 Grand Hideaway for Jimmy Gulick. Stay Thirsty gelding trying dirt for the first time. I think that's a positive given the pedigree. Was a winner on synthetic coming off the pace in a 5.5 furlong sprint. It's not easy to do that. And if all of these horses go like you suggested, maybe he can come on late and win this race at 6.5. And that's a distance, obviously 6.5, that's going to be beneficial for a horse like this, having that added extra half furlong to try to reel in the pace setters.
Yeah, I would say if everybody decides to go, it's not only going to help this horse at 13-1, but it certainly will help the 3 street class as well.
6 minutes away from the 9th and final. We'll close it out with a group of 3 and up going 6.5 on the main track.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's ninth and final race. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Cash Now out for the lead. Major Attraction has some early speed as well. Here comes Buttered Noodles down to the inside. Buttered Noodles up to put ahead in front. Cash Now is right alongside in second by 2. Major Attraction backs away and settles into third toward the outside. Classified Info fourth between horses. Street Class moves up one spot from fifth against the rail within 3 lengths of the lead. Further back, Irish Spirit next to last is sixth by 3/4 of a length, and Grand Hideaway is last. Opening quarter went 22.66 seconds. Buttered Noodles, the leader. Cash Now alongside. And next separate the top 2 around the far turn. Gap of 2.5 lengths. Major Attraction is in third by a length. And then Street Class in fourth. Classified Info fifth. Here's Irish Spirit. Sixth toward the far outside. Still 6 lengths from the front as they move for the top of the stretch. Buttered Noodles a short lead. And Cash Now is still there. Irish Spirit tries to get engaged. Goes third up on the outside, but still 5 lengths from the front. Buttered Noodles, the leader by a length at the 8th pole. Cash Now tries to come after the leader one more time. Break of 3 more lengths then. Back to Irish Spirit in third. Major Attraction fourth. Meanwhile, Buttered Noodles kicks on past the 16th pole with a 2-length lead. Buttered Noodles to win it for Miguel Mena. Cash Now was home in second. It's going to be close for third. Either Classified Info to the inside or Irish Spirit from the outside for that show spot.
Nice win from Buttered Noodles as he broke sharply, was out in front, but then he had the company of the Brad Cox runner, the 8 horse, who came up alongside of him, and it really looked like it was going to be a race at the quarter pole. That was Cash Now, but Miguel Mena found more from Buttered Noodles, and he accelerates away to win it 5-1.
Aggressive placement by Jimmy DeVito. This horse proved that his last dirt race was no fluke as he pulls off the victory here at 5-1 for today's nightcap 2-8, and a photo for third here in race 9.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race: 2 Buttered Noodles first, 8 Cash Now was second, 4 Classified Info was third, 6 Irish Spirit was fourth, and 7 Major Attraction was fifth. 28467 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the official winner, 2 Buttered Noodles, owned by Double Down Stables Incorporated of Richard Templer, trained by Jimmy DeVito. Miguel Mena, the jockey. Buttered Noodles, 3-year-old gelded son of City Zip, out of Flower Bomb by Mineshaft, winner bred in Kentucky by John Gunther. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.99 seconds. The results are official, 28467 official for Keeneland's ninth race. No perfect tickets in the Pick 6 today. There is a consolation, 5 of 6, and a carryover for tomorrow of $17,574. Late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And the Super High 5 jackpot, no carryover for that wager. It starts anew tomorrow with the first eligible race. A reminder, with the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, we ask you please do so at this time, and we thank you. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.
Well, it was an exciting day of racing on this Thursday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse, and some really nice prices throughout the day as well. Earlier in the card, we saw a very impressive winner in Flown, a filly by Kitten's Joy, getting the victory for trainer Brendan Walsh. Race 6, we saw Bombs Away with LZ for trainer Chris Hartman, getting the victory at 47-1. And then later on in the card, Spa City was a very impressive winner for trainer Brad Cox for Godolphin. Impressive comeback considering the long layoff since March. And then after that, we saw Red Knight with an impressive victory in the Grade 3 Sycamore as well. He got his first graded stakes victory in the Grade 3 Sycamore today. Congratulations to the Connections. An exciting day of racing on this Thursday program. We hope to see you back here tomorrow afternoon. 10 races on tap, headline by the Pin Oak Valley View. We'll see you then.